We call the 8:15 review calendar. Mr. Higgins, you'd step forward and have a seat at the council table, please. And for the record, you're Timothy Allen Higgins. Reason we asked you in is we need some proof of treatment compliance. Can you let us know how?
What's the last stuff that Seymour sent over to you? I haven't gotten anything yet. Still trying.
The last thing we received from him is filed November 15th. This letter is being written to notify you of the important treatment-related information pertaining to Timothy Higgins. He started outpatient group on 11/8/23. Attaches the most recent UA results from Emerald National Library. I will be meeting with him today. That would be.
Yeah, back in.
I'm not finding it. To discuss level of care transfer, and we'll update you once this starts. The concerning things was the UA, the positives.
Yeah.
Well, apparently since telling us that your treater would be meeting with you, we haven't heard another word since.
Yeah, I'll get something from them and have send it to you or bring it in if you'd like.
Well, yes, what I would very much like to know, are you still in treatment? Did you follow through with this?
Yeah.
Sometimes when there's a positive UA, there's a discussion, and then you get up to a level of treatment. Sometimes I don't know. It's their business, not mine.
A week, and I took on an extra class to do.
The problem is we have no idea. That's the last thing we've received from them.
Yeah, I get.
I was looking at your history here, criminal history. You had that one site just very shortly after the site that was issued here, February 14th of 2022. You had another offense on the 19th, but nothing since, which indicates to me things are going pretty well with you.
Yeah, for me.
What I'm inclined to do is sometimes these agencies, are you still with CMAR if you change agencies? What I would like to do is get a pretty comprehensive update from them. Mr. Atfield, what I'm inclined to do is reset the matter, say June 20th. No objection from the city. How about reset the matter to June 20th? I'm not going to take any action this time. And I'd like to hear from them. Is this interfering with work at all? Or
No.
that was, and I'd like to see you again, see how you're doing. It looks like you're doing very well. Good.
Take care.
That's good. That's good. Mr. Higgins, this is just one of those hoops you have to jump through. And the reason why this kind of treatment is proved to, make sure it's a big help in keeping things on the right track. That's, hey, like I've said any one of a number of times, it's not how many times you fall down, it's how many times you get back up. We all fall down. I'm signing an order resetting the matter to second court date in June. Mr. Higgins, what I want you to do is get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Are you working right now or just taking care of family business? It's life. It's life. Well, I look forward to seeing you in June. Take care of yourself. Stay clean, stay clean. Too many people I've had something to do with have, I look at a death certificate. A lot of that going around.
How was that?
And one of the troubles is, yeah, I had a case recently where somebody positive for fentanyl. I don't touch fentanyl. Well, everything out there is,
I was in Thurston County.
oh, wow.
Somebody,
Oh, whoa. You're a lucky one. You're a real lucky. Well, hopefully that was a near enough look into the abyss where you want to stand back from it.
yeah,
No. Mr. Higgins, thanks for appearing. Good luck to you.
thank you.
See you next month. Thank you. Sir, are you here for court?
Yes.
You are a little early, free to remain in the courtroom if you wish, or hang around outside. It doesn't look like it's raining out there at the moment, but we'll just wait till your attorney shows. I think. You're, nobody seems to know what anybody is. They aren't getting any better. I think I told you. Good morning, Mr. Havercoat.
Morning, Judge. This is Stephen Dungan. He's got a couple matters on for this morning. He has an arraignment matter. We would like to do an arraignment on that, on the new matter. On the new matter. Same matter.
You want to simply proceed to an arraignment on that?
Well, however you want to proceed, he wants court-appointed counsel, and then with that, we intend on actually, if the court will permit it, waiving arraignment and entering a plea.
Wait, that's right. I have a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft in the old courts. If you're willing to waive arraignment, we can proceed on that basis.
Yes, we would, Judge.
Good morning, sir. Is your full name Stephen Wayne Dungan?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Dungan, I'm appointing Mr. Havercoat to represent you on your theft charge dated June 22nd. He already represents you on the protection order violation charge. I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft third degree, which references dismissal of the protection order violation. Mr. Havercoat, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Judge.
Mr. Dungan, have you gone over the plea form and the process with your attorney?
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
And if you had any questions at all, were your questions answered?
Yes, they were answered.
Theft in the third degree is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, which I'd be free to impose whatever is, regardless of what's ever recommended. You realize that?
I realize that.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. Do you have any questions of me about what it means to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal offense?
No, I don't.
Mr. Dungan, as to the charge of theft in the third degree alleged Yelm on June 22nd, 2023, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Make that plea of your own free will.
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. I note that the recommendation as to sentence would be 364 days in jail, all suspended on the condition you simply stay out of trouble, have law-abiding behavior. No recommendation for any fine. Mr. Havercoat, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Judge. The suspended time with credit for time served, and then no fine. He's indigent. He's in custody. He wasn't able to make bail, so I believe the court can make a fine of indigency, not impose any legal financial obligations.
That would be great.
Mr. Atfield, anything to add to the
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Dungan, you have a right to tell me anything you wish. You don't have to say anything, but if you have anything you want me to know, now is the time.
Just hope you abide by the recommendations.
Mr. Dungan, the recommendation is all jail time suspended. I've looked at your record. I don't think I've ever talked to somebody that have plus or minus 25 felony convictions on their history. I don't think I've ever seen that many.
Right.
In the interest of public safety, perhaps the best thing I could do is just simply impose a year in jail. I'm not going to do that, though. Given the nature of the charge, I will suspend 364 days in jail. One condition, simply stay out of trouble, okay?
Okay.
You have quite a history here, but I think you're getting to be an age where you maybe better think about a different path through life, okay?
I'm trying.
All we can do is try, Mr. Dungan. Unless you have some other hold on you, you will be released before the end of the day by the staff there. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself.
So the domestic violence falls off.
Yeah.
Okay. So the no contact order falls off.
Yeah.
When you're supposed to be in court, please be in court. The reason I set bail on you is.
I know I missed 6 times, but I had 2 deaths in the family. I was just I was out of it for a minute. My bad.
You take care of yourself.
Okay, so the domestic violences are gone.
Yeah, the domestic violence case is dismissed.
Okay. All right, that's all I need to know. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Havercoat. See you in a bit. go back on record for the 9 o'clock private attorney calendar. Good morning, Mr. White. Are you able to hear me?
I am, Your Honor. Are you able to hear me?
I certainly can. I certainly can. We'll take your matters now, if you wish.
Yes, please. Miss Solomon, Melissa Solomon.
Melissa Sue Solomon, set for a pretrial these days. Is she present with you, or do you waive her?
We're going to go ahead and waive her presence. For the record, Your Honor, James White for the defense. I do have her permission to appear on her behalf. And I believe that this is a city's motion to dismiss.
It is, Mr. White. Your Honor, city's moving to dismiss without prejudice.
I don't hear any objection, Mr. White. Therefore, an order of dismissal will be signed upon presentation.
Thank you both, and that's all I have for today. So both of you have a nice day.
Right, we will, and you as well. Take care.
Thank you.
Put it together. Yeah.
Full carts may turn out to be an issue today.
So far, it's doing almost everything I'm asking it to do.
The order of dismissal is now there. Currently being edited.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I'm here for Mr. McGahee.
Your client is in the courtroom. Go ahead, sir. Come on up and have a seat if you would. We'll address your matter now. For the record, your name is Joshua Craig McGahee.
Yes, sir.
McGahee. If there's a way to mispronounce the name, I'm going to find it.
No worries. And for the record, Chad Bradshaw standing in for attorney of record Rob Melvin, representing Mr. McGahee today. And Your Honor, I've uploaded a motion to continue in O courts. We're just in negotiations with the city right now. I'm hoping to be able to get this resolved at the next hearing. We're asking for a continuance to the June 20th date. I've also uploaded a speedy trial waiver for Mr. McGahee starting on that date.
Mr. McGahee, your attorney has moved to forward the matter to June 20th at 9 a.m. And you're willing to sign a speedy trial to accommodate that. City have any objection?
No objection to the motion, Your Honor.
Signing the order as we speak. Mr. McGahee, I want you to get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left before you leave, and we'll be sending a copy to your attorney as well. Any questions at all? That concludes the matter. Get a copy of the order, and we'll see you end of June.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel.
Ninga, are you? Hey. We're back on record. Go ahead.
For the record, Your Honor, Seth Janinga here of Puget Law Group on for Mr. Alexander Davis. That's case number 3A05388042. And I'm appearing on Mr. Davis' behalf pursuant to Rule 3.4.
And I see a couple of things in Oak Courts here regarding the matter.
And yes, Your Honor, unfortunately, this is a motion to continue. Mr. Davis has been stricken once again with very bad luck. We were trying to get this matter resolved. We have been for the past 3 court hearings. First, he had COVID, then he had a cracked windshield. Now he's been the victim of identity theft and his car insurance has been canceled. So,
Oh, swell.
there is also in the motion to continue a request for him to appear via Zoom as he does live in Beaverton, Oregon. That way he can appear, we can get this all resolved and hopefully put this matter behind us, regardless whatever misfortune happens to occur to Mr. Davis at the next court. And we are requesting the June 6th date, which is the next court appearance. And there's a speedy trial waiver attached there too. And I do have his authorization to waive the speedy.
I have no problem with Zoom appearance. Mr. Radfield, any objection
none
at
for
all?
me.
I'm going to sign an order resetting the matter to June 6th at 9 o'clock. Mr. Davis has had enough bad luck. I don't think he needs any more from anybody in here. So that's I guess sometimes life is that way. Sometimes they just streak of bad luck or something. Signing the order at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Again, we'll be sending Mr. Davis a copy of the order, and you can get one at the window before you.
And yes, Your Honor, and I will be informing that date.
3, 6, 6. And any other matters you're
Your
appearing
Honor, I
for?
am also here for Mr. Jason Turner. That's case numbers 3A0188278, 8277, 8279. And
Got
I'm
it.
appearing on his behalf pursuant to Rule 3.4. This is a longer motion to continue. I was going to seek the first Thursday in July, but that was July 4th. So I'm seeking the later date in July. We're just seeking to get him enrolled in treatment and hopefully get some treatment compliance reports for the purposes of negotiations, Your Honor.
City, have any objection?
No objection.
Rescinding to July 18th at 2024. Note the non-appearance. Appearance is waived.
Yes, Your Honor, I am appearing on his behalf.
Signing the order of reset at this time. I'm a little slow with this, and Oak Courts is even slower. I think we're there.
I was
Turner
filling out
is-
orders just this morning, Your Honor. I was noticing that.
Mr. Turner is reset. And again, there'll be a copy of that order, and we'll send Mr. Turner a copy. And of course, that does provide the Zoom information is on the order itself.
Thank you, Your Honor, and that's for me today.
Mr. Tuninga, good to see you. You take care. Enjoy the rest of it. I will. You take care. Mr. Cohen, good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Good morning, Judge. I can hear you just fine.
Matters, call the matter of Yelm versus George Allen Sanchez the second. I believe that's your client in this matter. That's your client with you, or do you waive his appearance, or?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Jake Roan here for the record, appearing on behalf of Mr. George Sanchez under Rule 3.4. I'll defer to the city where I anticipate they'll be making a motion to dismiss.
Yes, Your Honor. City moving to dismiss.
Hearing no objection,
Objection.
upon presentation, I will sign an order dismissing the case with or without prejudice. Without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge.
We'll be sending you a copy of today's order, and we'll send a copy to your client as well. Any
Great.
questions?
No, thanks so much, and thank you, counsel.
That concludes the matter. Take care.
You too.
And upon presentation, I'll sign. Morning, Mr. DeReo.
Good morning, Your Honor.
We'll take your matter now. I believe you're here on behalf of Mr. Matriotti.
I am, Your Honor, and let me get my video going. There we go. Good morning, Your Honor. And yes, I'm appearing for Mr. Matriotti today. And just to let the court know, I will also be handling the Barriga matter. And Your Honor, as far as Mr. Matriotti, I'm appearing under Court Rule 3.4. Mr. Atfield and I are nearing a resolution in this case, just asking the court to set this matter over one more time with anticipated resolution at the next hearing.
I see a motion order in Oak Hearts, June 20th, 11 a.m.
Yes, Your Honor, that'll work.
Is 11 a.m. going to be up? Would you rather have 9? Would it be possible to do it at 9?
So, Your Honor, I chose June 20th at 11 because my schedule is really packed that day and I was going to try to fit it in. The only other date that I saw that might be an option was July 18th. That's kicking it out a lot farther, I know. But
Would prefer to do that if that's acceptable to the city.
It's fine with the city.
Yeah, that's prefer to have it at 9 o'clock July 18th. If that's when you're available, that's what we'll do.
okay, let's do it. And I think for the other matter that I'm here on, I think that'll be the date and time for that one. So that'll work.
July 18th. Preparing the order now, and I'm signing the order in Oak Courts, resetting the matter to July 18th. We'll be sending your client a copy of the order, as well as we'll be sending you the order.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Anything else?
Not on that matter, Your Honor. We can go to Barriga.
Back to the dashboard. Who else do you have?
Mr. Daniel Barriga. I'm appearing on behalf of Attorney Austin Onsing.
And I see there's a request to reset that to July 18th at 9 a.m. That's it.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Onsing is working on getting some mental health documentation together for this matter, just asking for a little bit of additional time. And that date and time will work for Mr. Onsing.
City, have any objection?
No objection.
I'll sign an order resetting the matter to July 18th. We'll be sending you a copy of the order as well as Mr. Burriga.
All right. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
You take care. Have a good day.
You as well.
Okay, so you're representing yourself in this. Have you talked to the prosecutor about your case?
No, Your Honor.
Now would be probably a really good time to do that. Morning, Ms. Bowden. We'll address your matters.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Now I can see you and hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
We will be glad to address your matters at this time.
Okay, Your Honor, I have not had a chance to get in contact with the prosecutor on these, and I will do right away. Can I have the next available Yelm date, please?
Next would be June 6th, June 20th. Next would be July 2nd. Are we doing court on the 2nd? No. Excuse me, July 18th. It'd be June 6, 20, or July 18.
June, I think I'd like the June 6th if the court would allow that.
Certainly. That's 2
And
weeks.
I have Mr. Jared Peck, Derrig, and Benjamin Bishop.
He's in the courtroom as we speak. You haven't had a chance to talk to him about the matters? Any objection
No.
to the matters over to for 2 weeks?
No objection, Your Honor.
Look, we'll gladly do that. Prosecutor has no objection. We'll reset both Benjamin Bishop and Jarrett Peck Derrig over to June 6th. Are they in the courtroom or you're
I
waiting?
know I just spoke to Jared, and I believe Benjamin Bishop is he should be there too.
Come on up, have a seat. Tell me, identify yourself for the record. Mr. Bishop is in the courtroom.
Okay.
Mr. Bishop,
And
request of yourself and your attorney, we're resetting the matter to June 6th. Any questions at all? Upon presentation, I'll sign an order of reset. Mr. Peck Derrig is here as well. Sir, go ahead and have a seat as well. Same thing applies to you. Your attorney's moved to reset the matter over to June 6th, 2 weeks from now. Any questions at all?
Right.
Upon presentation, I'll sign the orders of reset. I take it if there's any waiver of speedy trial necessary, that'll be forthcoming.
yeah, we'll waive any intervening time. And Mr. Garrett, I will be reaching out to you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You take care. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
We send you a copy of an order for each case. And likewise, I want your clients here, before you leave, go to the window and get a copy of today's order. It'll have the date and time on it, and we'll talk to you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Take care. Have a good day.
Thanks.
You too.
Spelman, thank you. As soon as the orders are, the motions are ready, I'll sign off. Go back on record for the Yelm versus Justin Ruelos, who's in the courtroom and representing himself. Parties have had a chance to talk about the matter. Where are we?
Well, Your Honor, I spoke with Mr. Raylos, who's representing himself in this matter, and it bit of negotiation and resolving the matter today. Although I would like Mr. Raylos the opportunity to review and comment on a proposed resolution. I won't comment on the proposal today, but we would like to set this matter out a bit so he has the time to review that and also deal with some other charges he's facing in other jurisdictions. So, and Mr. Raylos, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you said you might have some court dates in the next month in the other jurisdictions. And so, if Your Honor would allow it, maybe setting this out to July 18th.
Mr. Raylos, is that correct? You're working on a resolution with. First, let me know. Do you have each other's contact information? Let's exchange that before we leave. I have no problem if that's the party's wishes to resetting the matter to July 18th. Yes, if you have matters pending in other courts that may have an effect on that. And I want to remind you, your right to have a lawyer never goes away if you feel you're getting out of your depth. And I would advise you, if you have public defenders in your other court dates, to let them know about this matter and they can maybe tell you whether or not this would have any impact on any other case. Is that your wish to reset the matter to July 18th to have further discussions and maybe work out a resolution?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there anything in no courts on that?
Oh, sorry. No, Your Honor.
Mr. Raylos, in a moment, I'll be signing a order resetting the matter to July 18th. Before you leave, I want you to go to the counter outside the courtroom and to your left, get a copy of today's order and stay in touch with Mr. Ratfield regarding the matter. And then, of course, be back here on July 18th. I'm going to wish you the best of luck with any other cases you have pending in any other court.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Raylos, thank you. As soon as I'm able to sign an order, it'll be electronically transferred to the clerk's office, and you'll be able to get a copy. Concludes the hearing for today. Order signed.
Order signed. Thank you.
Go on record. That'll take a moment. Now back on record, call the matter of Yelm versus Garrett Coleman. Mr. Coleman, you have 3 matters on the calendar. 2 matters for regarding compliance with a earlier court date. And you're here for an arraignment on a new charge. Well, not so new. That citation alleges that on or about November 24th, 2023, you committed the offense of criminal trespass first degree, a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you on this new charge as well. He'll enter a plea on your behalf.
That would stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, and ask the court enter and not guilty.
And we're going to resolve, hopefully, all 3 matters at a future court date. Mr. Coleman, Mr. Haverco, how about June 20th at 11? Is that going to work?
Sounds fine with me, Judge.
Mr. Coleman, it's glad to finally see you here in court.
Yeah, sorry.
They, no problem. They better late than never. It's just good to see you. It's always good to get these matters taken care of.
Definitely.
When a warrant's out for somebody, it seems like they always get picked up at the least convenient time. So I'm glad you're here, and we're going to quash
Sign on this pad.
the outstanding warrants.
Oh, you will understand. I was just appointed, so I don't have a report yet. And do you have a phone number or anything?
Yeah.
What's your phone?
It's 253-433-54.
5491. Perfect. Yeah, we'll talk about it. I don't have a report yet.
Yeah. So when was this? When did this happen?
Well, the violation date is 11/24.
That's
Day before next year.
so,
Well, I'll eventually get the report, and then I'll give you a call. Be free to go.
Yes, Mr. Coleman, that concludes the matter. What I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom and to your left, get a copy of today's order. It has your next court date on it. That's June 20th. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and does he have your contact information?
Yes, sir.
And please be back here on, we don't want these matters to go into warrant status again, but so make sure you show up, or if something happens, let us know. Take care.
Ms. Kelly, check them out. The next matter is Ms. Kelly.
Amber Courtney Kelly. Wait a minute.
Yes, Your Honor, city is moving to dismiss with prejudice.
I don't hear any objection.
I'm not gonna object.
Ms. Kelly, I'm sure you have no objection as well. City is moving to dismiss. I will sign upon presentation the order, and that concludes the matter. And of course, the warrant will be quashed, no longer be in effect. That's it's been a while. This charge back in 2019, pre-COVID.
Getting that. You got.
Well, here we are. It's taken care of. It's over, done with. You can get a copy if you want a copy of the order upon presentation. I'm going to sign one. I don't have it quite yet. But if you want, I'm signing the order right now, dismissing it. If you want to, as long as you're here, if you want to get a copy of that at the window, just to have it, just in case, why don't you get a copy of it before you leave? Order is signed, Ms. Kelly. Good luck to you. Take care of yourself. Morning, ma'am. Is your full name Kim, middle initial L, Markle?
Yes,
We'll address your matter at this time. Mr. Everco?
thank you.
I'm gonna have her sign here. Go ahead, sign on this pad. Sign the proposed SOC and Oakports. It's what we call, in the defense business, a slow nag. Continue the case for a couple of years on this typical standard DUI related conditions, and then at the end, applies city within.
Markle, do you disagree with anything at all Mr. Haverco just said?
No, sir.
I'm looking at this SOC, they call it stipulated order of continuance. It's a contract basically between yourself and the city negotiated by your attorney under the terms of which 24 months down the road, this charge can be amended and go on your record as a much less serious offense, and that being negligent driving in the first degree. Now, the conditions of the continuance are, in addition to some things, the most importantly is that there be no alcohol-related criminal offenses. That's most important. The other conditions are pay a monitoring fee in the amount of $990.50. You can pay that over time. You've got 2 years to pay it, but we're going to have you pay that over time.
Your Honor. So I called yesterday for an alcohol evaluation thing, and they won't make me the appointment until I have all of this paperwork from the courts and $500 cash, which I want to take care of. She said I had 2 years to do it, but I'm trying to do it now, but that's what they need from me is the paperwork.
Well, that's why the portal gave you like 90 to.
Okay.
The agreement
Super.
does give you, that's an important thing here. If there's an issue, let's deal with it, and so you're not back here on the similar offense.
Okay.
The agreement is that you get the evaluation within 90 days. Is that going to give you enough time?
Yep, it will, sure will.
And then make sure, now these agencies are really good about treatment, but not so good about getting reports to the court. So you might want to follow up with whatever treatment agency you have to make sure that the information is getting on to us.
Sure.
Over the next 24 months, keep a current address on file with us. Most importantly, learn from the incident. The good news is you're here, you're healthy, and you have an excellent resolution of the matter, but it's up to you to take care of that.
Okay.
The number of people we kill on the road, drinking and driving related, is pretty horrendous.
I'm very fortunate. All I got was DUI, and then it didn't hurt anybody.
I don't want to read your name in the paper or hear about it. Hopefully, this is something you're going to learn from.
Yes.
I'm signing off on the agreement. What I'll want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom to your left, get a copy of the agreement, look it over very carefully. And if you have any questions at all, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Most importantly, follow through with the evaluation and any recommended treatment, if any, and good luck. Have a good life.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Ms. Markle, thank you. You take care. Good morning, ma'am.
Well, we'll recall the matter, so go ahead and repeat yourself. Okay. Next matter would be, let's see, Amanda Hustis.
Good morning, ma'am. For the record, is your full name Amanda Hustis?
Amanda Emery Hustis.
Good to see you.
This is Amanda Hustis. She comes before the court on a couple matters, but in particular, a pretrial hearing on the theft charge, to which I believe her intention is to enter a straight plead guilty to the charge, prepared a statement in front of plea of guilty, and it's in the report.
Morning, ma'am. Again, let me confirm that your full name is Amanda Ann Marie Hustis. Hustis, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft in the 3rd degree. Plea form tells me you're 36 years of age. Any problem at all reading, understanding the plea process? Have you discussed the matter fully with your attorney? Now, if I accept the plea, this is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty is 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I would be free to impose up to the maximum if I saw fit. You realize that? And if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. With that in mind, as to one count of theft in the 3rd degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on September 28, 2023, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, sir.
I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement of paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Recommended sentence is all jail time suspended, a $250 fine. Mr. Everco, anything to add to that?
She mentioned she gets something like around 800 or 900. Currently, the check goes to her uncle or step down, the payee. So she only gets about $300 a month. That's actually cheaper. Consider reducing a fine, either not imposing a fine based on.
So do you have anything to add? Ms. Eustace, I think it's enough to impose some suspended jail time. I'm going to impose 364 days in jail, but I'm going to suspend all of that for a year on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble. You've had kind of a rough patch here, but I'd like to see you get that behind you. I'm not going to impose any fine. That I think would just add to the difference. I want you to concentrate on staying out of trouble.
I've been about to go cleaning up homeless. She gave me a job to
That's really what we want here is just stay out of trouble. And if you have friends that are going to help you with that, we all need a helping hand as we go through life. And I'm glad you have that. Looks like you have 2 of them right there. No better friend. No better friend.
And I believe the city was not taking action on the sentence compliance case.
No.
There is the suspended jail time and the other charge. We're not going to take any action at the request of the city of that matter. I'm going to just simply want you to keep in mind at the absolute worst, you have a lot of suspended jail time hanging over your head. But it sounds like with the help of some friends, you're going to be okay.
Right, yeah, I can hear pretty much silver.
That's the important thing, is stay away from stuff that puts you on leads to behavior which is in violation of the law. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. What I want you to do is get a copy of today's paperwork at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Take care of yourself, and hopefully I won't be you won't have to be there in that chair again.
Okay. Thank you.
Whether or not that takes place, that's up to you.
Right.
Just up to you. With the help of your friends. Take care of yourself.
Next matter would be Karen Moina. It's number 7 on the 10 o'clock calendar. It's on for confirmation.
Good morning, Ms. Moynihan.
I was hoping to be able to show you.
Well, we are gonna confirm.
Yeah, we are.
We're gonna set a bench trial for June 6th.
At noon.
At what time? That'll be at noon, 12 o'clock straight up on June 6th. Should probably be here by 11:30, I'm guessing, to make sure everything's ready to go with Mr. Haverco before we proceed, okay?
Does she need to sign an order today?
There's a notice of hearing.
Oh,
Ms. Minor, there's a notice of hearing, June 6th, 12 o'clock. Be here. I want you to get a copy of today's notice at the window outside the courtroom and to your left, okay? Any questions?
before you go. Yeah. Yeah, sign here first.
Trying to thank you. You take care of yourself. We'll see you back here on June 6th.
Thank you.
Jennifer Weller here?
Yeah, she's here. She's on the 9:45.
Yes, page 6. Ms. Weller, come on up if you would. We'll take your matter at this time. Ms. Weller, you went to warrant status for, you didn't show up for court.
What happened? Sorry, sir. I have amnesia, 100% amnesia.
Well, you're here now. We're here now. Probably the best thing to do is reset your matter to a future court date.
Hey, what do you got? That's kid. I don't have anybody to help me remember the dates. I don't know. I'm homeless. I don't know if I should keep a calendar. My phones, everything gets stolen from me like on a weekly basis. My notes and everything, my calendars, everything is taken out of my possession, and I have amnesia. And it's just, if I could take care of this today, it would really help.
Do you have a phone number?
Don't have a phone number. I have phones for everybody else's property. You know, it's really bad out there. I'm really getting just rent. I don't have any.
Well, the problem is you're represented by an attorney and your attorney doesn't have your file with him today. So we really don't, there isn't anything because we didn't know whether you're going to be here. You were in warrant status.
Yeah,
We-
I came to reschedule. I showed up to reschedule.
That's right.
You know,
That's right. Well, the problem is it's a two-step process. One, you have to show up to quash the warrant. A lot of people ask to have a hearing on their warrant and then never show up. But the question is, you're here and I'm willing to quash the warrant so you don't go to jail, but I don't really have any alternative but to reset the matter out to June 6th.
oh, wait, I forget. Your Honor, I have to. Wait.
Do you have
Keep
anybody
track
that
of
can
my
remind
meetings,
you?
but no way to keep a calendar. I'm sorry.
Well, would it be possible for you to stop by right here, go to the window and ask, when's my court date?
Your Honor, I think I have the file on my computer. If the court would entertain it, maybe if there's time this morning.
Sure.
Maybe I could meet with Ms. Weller and talk about her case, and maybe we could reach a resolution this morning. If the court would like.
Ms. Weller, what we're going to do is just go ahead and have a seat in the courtroom, and Mr. Haverco, if you can pull up your file, we'll see if we can address the matter today.
Yeah, just go ahead. Go. Mr. Appleby's here.
Mr. Appleby. So far, so good. I'm glad to see you. We were gonna have to reissue, your matter was set for 9:45. It's a little bit late, but I'm glad you're here. Matter was set for review, but we have a lot of trouble getting you to come to court. You don't show up more often than you do show up. Willing to reset the matter to a future court date? Are you okay? You look like you've been in an accident or something.
I fell down 2 days ago.
Sorry to hear that. Have you seen a doctor about that?
Yeah, they took me.
I'm glad you're seeking medical care.
Ms. Kelly?
Let's reset your matter for review at, well, let me, Mr. Ratfield, Mr. Appleby, has a lot of new violations, 364 days suspended, I guess this, the question is this something we want to,
The city's inclined to ask for a review hearing.
you want a review date?
Yeah, let's,
June 20th.
June 20th is just.
Mr. Appleby, we're gonna reset you for review June 20th at 8:15. Now, you need to be here. Don't want to issue a warrant for your arrest. I want you to show up, okay?
I will definitely be here, June 20th, sir.
June 20th. Now, you don't need to write that down. Don't need to write that down because it's, I'm signing an order, resetting it to that date. Now, again, I don't want the case to go back to warrant status. I want you to, you were in the Nisqually jail on some other matter. You were released on, our matter with the warrant quashed, but
I've been
apparently
doing it
you've been released.
Too long, sir. To be honest with you, I need to quit drinking. That's why I fell down the other day. I had a few drinks.
I was, that would have been my guess. That was,
So, but like the past things I've done wrong because of my drinking, my lack of discipline from my father, so to speak, you know, he was not a very good man. There were good times, but a lot of times tough. You know, it was really scary sometimes, really pretty messed up.
Mr. Appleby, what I'd like you to do is come back to June 20th. You know, that sometimes in life, a person has to recognize that alcohol is not a good friend. It's not a good friend at all. It's sometimes that's a decision that just has to be made.
It runs in my family.
There is a genetic
My
component.
grandparents were alcoholics, and three youngest uncles were
I have read,
overly excessively drunk.
Mr. Appleby, I've read that there is a genetic aspect to alcoholism. But be that as it may, I don't know what it's going to take to get you to not drink.
I know what you're saying, sir. I need to get my life turned. It's been way too long.
Yeah.
But I've had some messed up family members, like one of my sisters and two of my brothers invited me into their house, and a week later I was kicked out on the street. I was like, I thought you were helping me get independent, you know, and they just, for the most flimsy, what have you, kind of excuses. Like, I think my brother in Pennsylvania, he got mad over that there was stuff in the microwave. And never, always more.
Mr. Appleby, sometimes
It's gonna be all right. You know, I know the universe is moving in a positive direction despite the way the world's running right now in this government. You know, you got Donald Trump wanting to be a dictator and shit like that. You know, he's just, I don't know what's wrong with that person. He's not well.
The Chinese curse is, may you live in interesting times,
But
and
Joe-
we
Joe
certainly do
Biden's
live in
not well
interesting
either.
times. It's, we're cursed with that, I'm afraid. But Mr. Appleby,
Yes,
I
sir.
signed an order. I want you to get a copy of that at the window
All
outside the
right.
courtroom and, to your left, and,
Yeah, I just figured I'd try to convey a little of my intelligence, like my past.
you have.
Stupid choices. I made dumb choices.
Choices is what it's all about. Choices is what it's all about. So hopefully,
At least we still live in the land of opportunity. I can get an apartment, and get a job, and get a wife, and still be able to hopefully make it complete.
that's true, Mr. Appleby, and it's pretty much up
Start
to
my own
yourself.
tribe.
I'm going to conclude
My
the
own
hearing.
family is
I'm going to conclude,
outrageous.
I'm going to conclude this hearing,
All
but
they do is
I,
gossip.
I look forward to seeing you on June 20th, but
Sorry,
again,
thank you.
don't forget to get a copy of the
Yeah,
order at the
struggle
window.
too, you know, it's like I get bombarded by images sometimes. Cause it's like, you know, I'm a strong man, but if I wasn't, I wouldn't be black. So I went to the black.
I'm hoping you can, I hope you're strong enough to win the battle with the bottom.
Yeah.
I hope you're strong
I
enough.
always appreciate you on the phone and in person here today. Cause I know you're a nice man, you're very wise, and you're helping the community, and you're helping me. Cause like, it's been a struggle, and
It sure has.
I haven't smoked crack in 9 years, but I used to do that in Seattle, and that was insane. You spend all your money just to get fearful.
Yep, that's what it does.
It's just, but it's gonna be all good in the end, you know, I can testify to that,
All good things,
yeah.
all good things.
Yeah.
Mr. Appleby, I'm going to conclude the
Thank you,
hearing.
sir. Yeah,
I'm going to wish
been
you
a
the
lot of
best.
good things.
You take care of yourself.
Power of positive thinking.
And if you don't, nobody else is gonna. So take care of yourself.
Norman, visit you.
See you next time.
You're not an Mason,
No,
okay. I was just wondering.
I have, and you as well. I actually am a fairly good bricklayer. Good afternoon, sir. Your name Cameron Scott Morrison. That's it. Matter set for a pretrial. In a moment, I'll defer to your attorney for the status of the matter. Mr. Haverco, I see a couple of different things in.
Yeah, we had a change up before you judge for.
That happens.
In one direction and we changed directions. So parties reached an agreement. There's a stipulated order of continuance in Oak Courts, and that's what we're proceeding on. The matter to be continued for 6 months on the condition that he not commit any new criminal law violations, pay a $250 probation fee, at the end of which time of 6 months, the city would then move to dismiss the case.
Mr. Morrison, do you disagree with anything at all your attorney just said?
No.
There's a contract between yourself and the city negotiated by your attorney under the terms of which 6 months from now, charge could be dismissed. There's some conditions. The conditions are important. The most important is no criminal law violations, especially when it comes to no contact orders. Less important, pay a $250 court monitoring fee. If you abide by that, the charge will be dismissed. If you violate the agreement and the city proves that, having given up your rights to go to trial, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports. That would subject you to the very strong possibility of a guilty finding, and that would subject you to up to 364 days in jail. We got a very good resolution here. It's this is a charge. It's very nice to get it dismissed, but whether that happens or not, that's up to you. I'm signing off on the agreement as we speak. Once that's done, that'll conclude the matter. I want you to get a copy of the agreement at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Read it over carefully. Things tend to get a little hurried sometimes in court. Read it over carefully at your leisure, and give Mr. Haverco a call if you have any questions.
Okay.
You have any questions of me?
No, I don't.
You've got a good resolution to this matter, but it's up to one person to take advantage of that. That's you. Good luck.
Take care. Ms. Say one more time. Next matter is going to be Ms. Whitaker.
Cecilia Pedagua? I probably mispronounced your name, and if I did so, I apologize. Turn to your attorney.
We're gonna be proposing a stipulated order of a continuance, but please take note in the form that the charge is first being amended to disorderly conduct first. And then it's that charge which is to be placed on the stipulated order of continuance for the period of time during which she's required to not commit new criminal violations, pay a $250 court fee, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss.
And it's a 1 year.
It's a 1 year.
Yeah, that's, as we started here, this was a gross misdemeanor. Assault in the 4th degree is. It's been amended pre-disposition to a simple misdemeanor. That's disorderly conduct. Maximum penalty on conviction for that would be 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. You've entered into a stipulated order of continuance and agreement with the city under the terms of which, if you stay out of trouble, pay $250 in costs. Most importantly, no criminal law violations, especially when it comes to assaultive type behavior. You do that, charge is going to be dismissed. You've given up your right to go to trial, and having given up that right, if you violate the agreement and the city proves that, you're looking at a hearing on the based on the police report and that only, and that would subject you to a very likely conviction for disorderly conduct and subject you up to 90 days in jail. Don't want to go there. You have an excellent agreement. You can get this charge dismissed, but you have to abide by the conditions. I'm signing off on the agreement. What I'll want you to do is get a copy of it at the window. Read it over carefully. And if you have any questions about it, what it means, I want you to give Mr. Haverco a call, okay? Do you have any questions of me? I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You have an excellent resolution to this case. Please take advantage of it. Good luck to you. Take care.
Mr. Tahone?
This is Nicholas. How do you pronounce your last name, sir?
Tom.
Mr. Tone, matter set for pretrial.
He's now signing a statement of defense on plea of guilty. He's going to show up in all the courts here. He's going to plead guilty to suspended driving in the 3rd degree. Upon the court's acceptance of the plea, the city will move to dismiss count 1, fail to stop or give information to an officer. Recommendation is that it's 90 days in jail, all suspended. The condition of for the next 12 months, criminal law violations, and the city's asking for a $250 court fee, and I'm going to, when the court is ready to hear it, I wanted to ask the court to not close.
When we get to that. Yeah. For the record, your full name is Nicholas Allen Tone. Mr. Tone, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree. Plea form also references a dismissal of a failure to stop and give information to an officer. Dismiss that charge at this point. DWS 3rd is a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I would be free to impose that regardless of what's recommended, should I see fit to do so. Plea form tells me you're 38 years of age. Any problem going over the process with your attorney? If I accept the plea, you've given up the rights in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. You understand that? That in mind is to 1 count of driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree within the city of Yelm on March 22nd, 2024. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I'm going to find your plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 of the plea form does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. I have the recommendation of 90 days all suspended and a $250 fine, and your attorney wishes to be heard with regard to the
Thanks, Judge. I was just asking him if he has any ability to pay if he's working. He's not working at this time. He's unemployed. I asked him, I said, what's your situation as far as where he's staying and place to live? Essentially, he's what we sometimes call couch surfing. He's literally staying with a friend type of a thing. Doesn't know how long that is. So, the whole thing at some point prove financially, but I believe at this point he's indigent.
Mr. Redfield,
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
You have a right to tell me anything you wish. You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything, now's the time. I am going to impose 90 days in jail, but suspend that on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. That would include don't drive unless you're licensed and insured. I'm not going to impose any fine in this matter. I realize that the offense of DWS there is very likely is financially related almost all the time. What I would like you to do is any resources you have, devote towards getting your license reinstated, okay? I'm going to wish you the best of luck. I will sign a judgment and sentence to that effect. I want you to get a copy of today's paperwork at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Look it over carefully and give Mr. Haverco a call if you have any questions. Do you have any questions for me? I want to wish you good luck. And again, I'm not ordering you to, but I'm going to urge you to devote resources towards getting relicensed. Good luck to you. Thank you. Mr. Tone, thank you. Is this Eric?
This is Eric Kohler. He's signing a statement of defense on plea guilty right now. He is going to be entering a straight plea to the ignition interlock device violation. Upon the court's acceptance of the plea, city will move to dismiss count 1, suspended driving 3rd degree. Recommendation is that of all suspended jail time for 12 months on the condition that he remain law-abiding, no criminal law violations, pay $250 probation.
Morning, sir. Is your full name Eric David Kohler?
Correct.
If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Plea form tells me you're 37 years of age. Any problem going through the plea process with your attorney?
No,
And if you had any questions at all, were your questions answered?
yes.
You're pleading guilty to one count of operating a vehicle without ignition interlock. In return, you're getting a dismissal of the driving license suspended in the 3rd degree charge. The ignition interlock charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Now, I'd be free to impose that regardless of what's recommended if I saw fit to do so. You realize that?
Yes, sir.
And if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply the sentencing. With that in mind, it's the one count of operating a vehicle without ignition interlock when required to have that by the Department of Licensing within the city of Yelm on March 27th, 2024. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? No. I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Mr. Everco, anything to add to the recommendation?
Yeah, nothing to add, Your Honor. He is employed. In fact, he's during his lunch hour. So he's taking time out of his work today to be here and take care of this. And so he's going to do his best to try to get in compliance.
Mr. Redfield, anything
Nothing
to
to
add,
add, Your Honor.
You have a right to tell me anything you wish, Mr. Kohler. You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything about your situation, now's the time.
I did.
You're in a position where you've got to jump through these hoops, including ignition interlock. You don't reoffend, you don't have any problems in the future. This recedes into the past. Insurance premiums come down, this drops off your record, and you're good to go. I would work on getting your license reinstated if it is suspended at this time, but I think ignition interlock is one of the requirements. Follow the recommendation. All jail time 364 suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. $250 probation monitoring fee. Now you can pay that over time. The most important thing to me is you don't reoffend. If making the fine payments becomes an issue, simply let your attorney know. We'll readdress the matter and do what we can to solve the problem. Any question at all? What I want you to do is get a copy of the paperwork at the window and look it over carefully. And if you have any questions at all, ask Mr. Havercoat. Any questions of me? Good luck. One thing we have to do in this world, if we want to drive, and we pretty much have to, all of us, is keep the Department of Licensing happy. So good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
David?
Good afternoon, sir. Are you David, middle initial J Lipscomb? Let's see. Matter set for pretrial. I'll turn to your attorney.
Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing, Your Honor, on a suspended driving 2nd degree and ignition interlock device violation. I think parties have reached an agreement. He's going to enter a pleas to, on count 1, the amended charge of suspended driving in the 3rd degree, and then a straight plea to count 2 as charged, the interlock violation. The city's recommendation on both is all suspended jail time for 12 months, suspended on the condition that he have no new criminal law violations, and pay a $250 probation fee at the end, which time the case can be closed.
Okay. The record, full name, David, middle initial J Lipscomb. Yes. Mr. Lipscomb, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty that tells me you're 42 years of age. Any problem at all going through the plea process with your attorney? No. If you had any questions, were your questions answered?
Yes.
The statement I'm looking at involves a plea of guilty to an amended charge of driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree, which is a misdemeanor instead of a gross misdemeanor. You're also pleading to operating a vehicle without ignition interlock. That is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Now, as I said, you heard me say a few moments ago, a couple of times, I have a right to impose the maximum if I saw fit to do so. Also, you're giving up the right, if I accept the pleas, to go to trial, all the rights contained in paragraph 5. And we're left with one thing, and that's a sentencing. You realize that. With that in mind, as to one count of driving license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree and one count of operating a vehicle without ignition interlock when required to have that by the Department of Licensing, how do you plead to those charges, guilty or not guilty? You make those pleas of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? Those pleas, I feel, were made fairly, without any threats or promises. And your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. I've heard the recommendation is to sentence. Is there anything you'd like to add, Mr. Haverco?
Oh, gosh, I mean, he and I talked about his situation. He really understands that he needs to do what he can somehow get into compliance with DOL issue.
All of which takes money.
Yeah. Feel for the situation.
A substance of which there's never enough. Mr. Ratfield, anything to add? Mr. Lipscomb, you have a right to tell me anything you wish. You don't have to say anything once again, but if you want me to know anything, now's the time. Well, what we're doing here is adding a little bit of misery to the misery you're already under. That's ignition interlock requirements, money. That's getting your license reinstated, money. 2nd degree, at least you got the amendment. The 3rd degree, 2nd degree, a conviction for that. I'm sure you know by now that resuspends your license for on into the future. And there are people that they're suspended through several lifetimes because of continuing offenses. We live in a world where you pretty much have to be able to drive to function. That's reality. Following the recommendation, 90 suspended on DOS 3rd, 364 all suspended on the ignition interlock charge, $250 probation fee. Now, if you find it impossible to make the payments, let us know and we can address that then. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You're kind of behind the 8 ball here, but you know the general rule. You're in a hole. First rule was stop digging and start backfilling. Any questions at all? Good luck to you. Thank you. Again, Mr. Lipscomb, I'm signing the judgment and sentence in open court, and I want you to get a copy of today's paperwork at the window. Look it over carefully and give Mr. Haverco a call if you have any questions. Good luck to you, sir.
Next matter is going to be Jacqueline Rostran Martinez.
Almost there. O Courts is there.
There's a statement of defendant on plea of guilty in both courts. She's going to enter a straight plea to count 2 to be amended to hit and run unattended. And then upon the court's acceptance of the plea to that charge, the city will move to dismiss the suspended driving 3rd degree charge, which will leave her with a single civil misdemeanor. Recommendation is 90 days in jail, all 90 days suspended, 12 months. $150 probation fee, no criminal.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm gonna mispronounce your name, I'm quite sure. Full name, Jacqueline Rostran Martinez. Hey, I was lucky. Thank you. I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of hit and run unattended, amended down from the more serious charge of attended, together with the dismissal of the DWS 3rd degree. Plea form tells me you're 27 years of age. Any problem at all going over the plea process with your attorney? Now, unattended, that's Still a misdemeanor, the maximum penalty and conviction to be 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine, which I would be free to impose regardless of what's recommended. If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply the sentencing. With that in mind, as to one count of hit and run unattended, non-injury accident, offense alleged to have been occurred within the city of Yelm on April 3rd, 2024, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I will find your plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And the statement in paragraph 11 of the plea form does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Heard the recommendation, Mr. Haverco, anything to add to that?
Nothing to add, Your Honor, just gonna ask for.
Mr. Hatfield, anything to add? Ma'am, anything you want to tell me about you don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything about your situation or this charge, now's the time. That is what I like to hear. We all make mistakes, and our role in life, I think, is to learn from the mistakes and go on to make new ones instead of repeating old ones. You learn something here, and you're going to leave the courtroom with a lesson learned and go on and have a good life. I'm going to oppose the sentence recommended, 90 days, all suspended for a year on the condition you have law-abiding behavior and pay a $250 probation monitoring fee. Now, I'm going to say again, if there's any issue at all making the fine payments, let us know, we can deal with it. That's the least important thing. The most important thing to me is that law-abiding behavior. Good luck to you and take care. And again, get a copy of the paperwork at the window, look it over carefully without the stress of court hanging over your head, and give Mr. Haverco a call if you have any questions. Martin, good luck to you, and you take care of yourself. That's
I'm here, this is just asking for. This is Justin Solomoni. Kind of comes on for pretrial. Parties are still having some discussions about the case. We'd like a little more time. We've submitted a motion to continue in the courts. Would ask the case to be continued, I'd say about 6 weeks.
well, 6 weeks is kind of hard with 4th of July there. July 18th, June 20th, or July 18th?
July 18th.
Let's go with July 18th. Good morning, sir. Full name, Justin Taran Pimente Salamoni.
Yeah.
If I mispronounce that, I apologize. We're resetting your matter to July 18th to give you a chance to talk further with your attorney about the matter. I'm signing the order. It has your next court date and time on it. What I want you to do is get a copy of that at the window, and we'll see you back here at the end of July. Good luck to you, sir, and you take care of yourself. Go ahead and talk to him, and we'll be in recess for a bit. And we have a matter on record we can deal with as well. We close this. Who do we have now? Okay, got it. Mr. Stock.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stock. We'll address your matter at this time. You're here on behalf of Mr. Rogers, I take it.
I am indeed.
Likewise has appeared on Zoom. Mr. Rogers, are you able to hear me? You might be muted.
Okay, I got it. I can hear you.
You able to hear me okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Matter set for a pretrial. I'm going to turn to your attorney for the status of the matter at this time.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Matt Stock for Mr. Rogers. Your Honor, the parties have reached a negotiated settlement wherein Mr. Rogers would enter an 18-month stipulated order of continuance on the physical control charge. If he is successful in completing his requirements under the agreement, the charge would be amended to reckless endangerment at the end of that 18-month period.
And the conditions, as I take it, are basically stay out of trouble. Is there any cost involved in this?
Your Honor, I assume so. I wasn't certain about what they would be in this jurisdiction, so I was going to defer to counsel with respect to that. With respect to the other conditions, Your Honor's correct. Stay out of trouble conditions. Do not drive without a valid license or proof of insurance. Don't be driving under the influence or refuse a breath or blood test. Complete a chemical dependency assessment and recommended follow-up treatment, as well as a DUI victim impact panel. And Mr. Rogers and I had reviewed all of those conditions. I read the form to him verbatim, and he authorized me to affix his digital signature to the form.
That he's recommended a $250?
$250, Your Honor.
$250 would be imposed by way of a monitoring fee. Mr. Rogers, do you wish to be heard on that at all, or is that agreeable?
That's agreeable, sir.
For the record, is your full name Austin Allen Marlin Rogers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Rogers, as indicated by your attorney, I'm looking at a SOZ stipulated order of continuance, which is in reality a contract between yourself and the city, negotiated by your attorney, under the terms of which basically a DUI charge of physical control can be amended 18 months from now to a much less serious charge with much less of an impact on your life. The charge would be reckless driving a year and a half down the road. You realize that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, in return for the agreement, you've agreed to some conditions, and you've also given up your rights to go to trial. If there's a violation of the agreement and and the city proves that, we're back to square one. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would almost certainly result in a conviction for pretty serious offense. In my opinion, much more serious in terms of impact on your life than a lot of felonies. The most important conditions are these: stay out of trouble, especially when it comes to alcohol-related driving offenses. Obtain a drug and alcohol evaluation within the next 30 days. Is that going to be enough, Mr. Stock?
That was just
90 days.
Thank you, Your Honor. That was just kind of a placeholder. He's actually already completed the assessment and the follow-up treatment as well as the victim panel. So I just need to get that filed with the court, and I can do that today or tomorrow.
Mr. Rogers, I'm glad to hear that. Being proactive in a situation like this speaks a lot on your behalf. That's the most important thing. Stay out of trouble. The costs are the least important thing. I'm hoping you're taking advantage of the agreement that your attorneys put you in a position to live with. All I can do is wish you the best of luck. I'm sure you've read enough in the news and heard enough in the news about what sometimes happens when people have too much to drink and get behind the wheel of a car. Nothing good happens, and a lot of really, really bad things happen. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Your attorneys put you in a position where you've minimized the harm that is going to befall you in this matter, but it's up to one person to take advantage of it, Mr. Rogers, and that's you. Any questions at all?
No, Your Honor.
We'll be sending your attorney a copy of the agreement as I'm reading it, and we'll send you a copy as well. Give your attorney a call if you have any questions about anything that's contained in the agreement, okay? Any questions, Mr. Stock?
No, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Rogers, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. That concludes the hearing. Take care.
Thank you. But
Conrad.
One moment. He has some felony matters pending in Pierce County, and you know, he has a confirmation date next month, but as you know, in Superior Court, it's not unusual for things to be reset, which it already has been reset several times. So we've initiated a long waiver with the idea that you know, give him plenty of time to figure out his felony stuff. And I told him, I said, well, if it looks like you're gonna reach an agreement in Superior Court, let me know, and we can schedule you in court earlier to take care of it before, you know.
But how far would you like to go?
I get, yeah, I'd reset it about 8 weeks. You know, just kind of see where.
Oh, well, we go to August 15th.
But, pardon?
August 15th?
That's fine.
That's a little longer than, well. And I guess I should say for the record, your name is Jeffrey, middle initial L Flowers. Mr. Flowers, I'm going to wish you the best of luck in your other matter. That's, we're resetting the matter out to August 15th at 10 o'clock in the morning. Hopefully you'll get that resolved. I'm signing off on the order. And reset. Flowers, I'm just simply going to wish you good luck. You got a little bit to work through here, but good luck with that. Let's sign the order. Go ahead and get a copy of it at the window. It'll have the date and time on it. It's a little bit down the road, so yeah, careful not to forget. You have a good one. Take care of yourself. We do. Ms. Weller, come on up and have a seat. We'll address your matter at this time. How are you doing now? You look a little more relaxed than you were earlier. That's good to see.
Okay.
I believe the city has a.
Yes, Your Honor, city's moving to dismiss with prejudice.
Well, Ms. Weller, you don't have to come back to court. It's city's dismissing the case. Now I want you to, you know, I'm just going to admonish you a little bit. Good idea to stay out of trouble and not have to go back to court anywhere. Any questions at all?
I haven't learned what with prejudice means.
What
What
now?
does that mean? I haven't learned what with prejudice means. What does
That means they
mean?
can't refile it.
They can't, what?
They can't come back to you on it.
Okay.
They can't charge you again on this charge.
Thank you. That's gotta be double jeopardy, right?
With-
Yeah.
Well, there is double jeopardy, but we don't need to go into that here.
Right.
Ms. Weller, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. You're free to leave and go about your life.
Thank you.
You enjoy the rest of the day, okay?
Then you put them on file, please.
Yeah. We'll make sure to put this in your file.
Think we have two, the no-shows are fairly brief. We just have two of them, I think.
See, Stephanie Wanowski.
She had the court date,
Yeah, 1,000.
1,000 cash or bond.
And then,
The mistake I made last time,
um,
Kevin Bingaman. Pardon?
So currently,
Well, we all could say that, I suppose.
Any details about the
we'll
illegal?
give you one.
Yeah.
That covers a multitude of sins. That was cities. Well, my recollection as to reliability of appearances perhaps differs a little bit. But I think based on that, I'm inclined to issue a warrant, 5,000 cash or bond. Is that acceptable?
That's acceptable.
Good afternoon. Before I give a formal advisement of rights, I know there's some people here with a private counsel. First, I'll call the matter of Yelm versus Robert Bailey. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Robert, middle initial M, Bailey? Citation I have alleges that on or about May 8th, 2024, you committed the offenses of assault in the 4th degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You're also cited with the offense of criminal trespass 2nd degree, simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. At this point, I'm going to turn to your attorney for a entry of a plea on your behalf. Stipulation is to probable cause and waiver of any formal advisement of rights.
Yes to all, Your Honor. We're going to enter a plea of not guilty.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial. Mr. Bailey, I'm going to defer to your attorney for scheduling that.
We would also, Your Honor, stipulate to probable cause for the purposes of today's hearing only.
Sure.
And we would ask that my just remain released on his own license. As far as scheduling, the only thing that we're looking for today is just to set up a new pretrial hearing, and we can set that sometime in June.
We have June 6th, June 20th, or July 18th. What works best?
Consulting my calendar. June 20th, looks like it would be best for me.
Mr. Bailey, conditions of release or law-abiding behavior. Stay in touch with your attorney. Return for court as directed. City wish any further conditions of release?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Crowe, anything?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Bailey, return for court as directed. Stay in touch with your attorney. In the meantime, I'm signing an order setting your next hearing electronically. In a moment, that order will be at the clerk's window outside the courtroom to your left. You and your attorney can both get a copy of that before you leave. Any questions at all?
None.
Good luck. Take care. We'll see you back here on the date of your pretrial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Great answer.
Crowe, thank you. Melinda Mills in the courtroom. How about Roland Myers? Mr. Myers, I believe you're represented by an attorney. Is that the case?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat, and if your attorney's present, we'll. It's Connor Jepson, and the attorney that's going to appear for you is?
Albert Wheeler, he's representing Connor. He's out long.
Good afternoon. I'm going to call the matter of Yelm versus, excuse me, Roland Myers. Counsel present on behalf of Mr. Myers.
Yes, Your Honor. Albert Wheeler standing in for attorney of record Connor Jepson on behalf of Mr. Myers.
Good afternoon. Mr. Myers is here in court. Is your full name Roland Bruce Myers?
Yes, Your
Mr. Myers, the citations I have allege that on or about May 7th, 2024, you committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree. You're also cited on the same date with the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. Each of those is what they call a gross misdemeanor. Maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. At this point, I'm going to turn to your attorney for the entry of a plea on your behalf.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. On behalf of Mr. Myers, we acknowledge receipt of the complaints, waive formal reading, and enter not guilty pleas on both cases.
Waiver of any further formal advisement of rights.
Yes, Your Honor, there has been an uploaded to O Court's advisement of rights form and proposed conditions of release, and we can discuss those in a moment if Your Honor would request that.
Mr. Myers, a pretrial is set for June 20th at 9 in the morning. Conditions release, in addition to those earlier, law-abiding behavior. No contact with Laura Myers, pending any further order of the court. Stay in touch with your attorney and appear back for court as directed. Any questions?
Your Honor, we would request no hostile contact with Laura Myers rather than no contact.
Mr. Atfield, any input?
No objection to that request.
Are you asking for no hostile contact? No. Well, I'm not sure exactly what.
We are asking for no hostile contact, not no contact. With Laura Myers.
Establish no contact as one of the conditions of release. I'm inclined to keep that on pending until June 20th anyway. It can be addressed at that time. Mr. Myers, any question at all? I'll sign an order reflecting the plea of not guilty, setting the pretrial. I'm signing that at this time. We'll send your attorney a copy of today's order, and you can get a copy at the window, and I'd ask you to do so out the courtroom and to your left before you leave, okay? Counsel, any questions at all?
Your Honor, are you using the form on O Courts that I need to sign?
Yes, I am.
Okay, do I need to sign that and release that on O Courts?
No need to do that. Simply make a notation here. It'll be served on your client, on the defendant. No need to sign that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel.
Would like.
Copy will be on its way to you very shortly.
Thank you. Bye now.
Take care. Mr. Myers, that concludes the hearing. Get a copy, and then we'll see you on June 20th. Take care. Anybody else here with a private counsel? Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Azir. Is this Dominique? If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Alyon Stevens. If there's a way to mispronounce a name, I'm going to find that name. But citation I have alleges an honor about May 14th, 2024. You committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree domestic violence and interfering with the reporting of domestic violence. Those are gross misdemeanors. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. At this point, I'm going to turn to your attorney for the entry of a plea on your behalf. Mr. Stevens, any questions about the matter? Plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. I'm going to defer to your attorney. We do the attorney pretrials at 9 in the morning. There's June 6th, 20th, and July 18th are the next available dates. Stevens, conditions, release or law-abiding behavior. Stay in touch with your attorney and reappear for court as directed. Any question at all? I'll defer to your attorney on that. What would you?
I'll assist. I will reach out and find a mutual place.
Great. Your attorney's gonna address that matter. We're setting a pretrial for July 18th. Again, stay in touch with your attorney, reappear here on July 18th, and most important, stay out of trouble, and the peace needs to be kept. Signing today's order. Again, both you and your attorney can get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom to your left, and we'll see you back here on July 18th. Thank you for appearing, and have a good day, the rest of them. Take care. Anybody else here with a private attorney? The rest of you are here in response to the issuance of a criminal citation. Before I call you up one at a time, I need to advise you that you do have a right to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of any criminal proceeding. If you're indigent, a lawyer will be appointed to represent you at public expense. In any event, Mr. Haverco, our public defender who's seated at the council table, is going to enter a plea on your behalf at this hearing and will represent you throughout the course of the case if you're indigent and want his services. Typically, a plea of not guilty is entered. The purpose of that is to preserve your rights pending a pretrial. There's a lot of different things that can happen when a criminal charge is filed. Purpose of a pretrial is to allow you to discuss and give you time to discuss your case with your attorney, and he in turn talk about the matter to the city's representative who's seated here to my right, and reach a resolution of the case if that's at all possible. If that can't be done, and sometimes it can't, you have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense was alleged to have been committed. If you have any question about the charge that you're faced with or your rights, make sure you ask either Mr. Haverco or myself that question. First on the docket is Danielle Kathleen Ayers, Ayers. And once again, I'm going to mispronounce names. I'm good at that. Please correct me if I mispronounce your name. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is your full correct name Danielle Kathleen Ayers? Yes. Citation I have alleges in honor about May 3rd, 2024. You committed the offense of theft in the third degree. That's what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. At this point, I'm going to defer to Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf and in your defense at this time. Any question at all about? Ms. Ayers, again, and I'll say this for the benefit of anybody. If you're going to have Mr. Haverco represent you, I want you to exchange contact information with him before you leave. And for the benefit of everybody here, before you leave, I want you to get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. It'll have your court date on it, and also it'll have contact information with Mr. Haverco. Ms. Ayers, thank you for appearing. That concludes the matter. We'll see you back here at your next court date. Take care of yourself. Any questions at all? Hey, thank you. Emmanuel Marcel Brown. I will call a number of people that will not appear today. After I've spoken with all of you, I'll go back through the files. If there was probable cause for the issuance of the criminal offense, citation, a warrant will be issued for that person's address. So you've at least saved yourself a warrant by just showing up today. And I want to thank you for that. Mr. Brown did not answer. How about Darren Carver? Darren Carver? Mr. Carver, come on up and have a seat next to the public defender. Is your full name Darren James Carver?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Carver, the citation alleges that on or about May 16th, you committed the offenses of driving a license suspended, revoked, third degree, also trip permit violation, and also using the license from another jurisdiction when you're suspended in Washington. Those are all misdemeanors. Maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine for each charge. Any question about the charges?
No, Your Honor.
Appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf and represent you in the matter.
Simply probable cause as clerk enter not guilty, please.
Not guilty, preserves your rights pending a pretrial.
Yep.
Pretrial is going to be June 20th. That'll be on the order I'm going to sign in a moment.
What's that? You just take a left. And you...
Order is now assigned. Mr. Carver, get a copy of the order and we'll see you back here on June 20th.
Awesome. Thank you.
Take care of yourself. Kadisha Leota Estes does not respond. How about Nita Renell Gardner? Not answer. How about Taylor Renee Gillespie? Good afternoon, ma'am. Is your full name Taylor Renee Gillespie? Gillespie. Okay, thank you. You were cited with driving a license suspended or revoked in the third degree. You're also cited for failure to renew expired registration greater than 2 months. Given the nature of those offenses, the city may have a motion in your case.
Yeah, city moves to amend to the citation involved.
And expired tabs on the second degree. Ms. Gillespie, what just happened is this: as you walked in here, you were facing criminal offenses that you could be sent to jail for. The city's amended the charge, DWLS third degree, down to no valid operator's license on your person, second degree, also cited for, instead of failure to renew registration, expired tabs. Those are what they call infractions. You admit infractions or deny them. You don't plead guilty or not guilty to an infraction because there's no possibility of jail time. If you admit the infractions, I'll impose a fine. If you deny them, what we can do is set it for the matter for a contested hearing. Now that was an awful lot real quick. Any questions about anything I just said?
Don't think so. I've got all like for my license.
Wonderful. You reinstated?
Yes.
That and your tabs, wonderful. That's what we want. We want people to drive legally out there. That's all the further reason for reducing it to the civil infractions. If you admit the infractions, I'll assess a fine and set you on a payment program. Typical fine is $150 each, and you can pay that at $25 a month starting June 23rd. Is that going to work? Yeah. I'll sign an order to that effect. I'm doing that at this time. Now, as you now know, I'm quite sure that's pretty easy to lose your license, and it's a little bit more difficult to get it back. Now that you have it, I want to make sure you keep it. Don't let it go. Don't let it go again. We live in a world where you've got to be able to drive. And I talk to people almost every day that they put themselves in a position with suspensions and resuspensions, that they won't be, eligible even to get a license until they're 10 years older or longer. So make sure you keep your license in effect. I will sign an order, and I'm doing that right now, memorializing that. I want you to get a copy of it, and I want you to keep in mind, the least important thing to me here is the money. It's something you're gonna have to do, but if you have difficulty making any of the payments, contact the clerk's office, and that can certainly be dealt with. Any questions at all? It'll go on your record as infractions. However, they're not classified as moving infractions, so that there wouldn't be any impact, in my experience anyway, with and that's really what a lot of this is about, insurance, you know. It shouldn't have any impact on your insurance rates. Okay. So Gillespie, good luck to you. You take care. Thank you for appearing. Have a good one. Destiny Giselle Hefs Camacho. I get no answer. How about John Thomas Johnson? Are you Mr. Johnson? Yes. Mr. Johnson, come on up and have a seat. Full name, John Thomas Johnson. Mr. Johnson, the citation I have alleges that on or about May 16th, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree. Now, given the nature of that offense, the city may have a motion in your case as well. The city is moving to amend driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. Mr. Johnson, any question about anything I've just said?
No, I think so.
If you admit that you committed the infraction, I'll impose a $150 fine. If you deny that you committed the infraction, we can set the case for a contested hearing at a later date. We'll do that. Now, do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated?
It's kind of difficult. Years ago, I got a PWI.
Oh, boy. Out of state, that's.
Well, I complied with everything, and I put the ignition interlock in. But somehow or another, they claim that there's a period of 1 month inside that time period that they can't confirm that the interlock was in the vehicle. Well, they don't show taking it out and putting it back in or anything like that. The interlock company is, I can't locate it, like they're out of business. So.
You're kind of.
I'm not gonna say it's impossible.
That makes it very, very difficult. I realize. I'm gonna wish you the best of luck with that, Mr. Johnson. I'm not sure what all you're gonna have to do to get that straightened out, but I'd make that a project in life. Sign the order reflecting today's disposition. I want you to get a copy of today's order at the window, okay?
Okay.
Outside the courtroom, to your left, tell the clerk in the office your name, and you'll get a copy of today's order. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, take care of yourself. Kevin Jones. Is he within the next half hour or hour or? We'll come back to that matter. How about Robert Joyner? Full name, Robert, middle initial S, Joyner. Mr. Joyner, you also were cited for the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree, and the city is nodding in my general direction, indicating that he's making the standard motion in your case as well, amending the charge from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. Now, if you admit any question at all about what just happened, if you admit the infraction, it's a $150 fine. If you deny the infraction, we'll set it for a contested hearing. And I'll ask you, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license?
Yeah, I took it over to home, come back from short work and. You know, tired.
It's gonna take time. I'd make that a project in life. Mr. Joyner, I'm signing the order, setting the fine. Please get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom. And again, if you have trouble making the fine payments, let us know, and that's something we can deal with. If you don't make the fine payments and we don't hear from you, that just makes the problem worse. Mr. Joyner, good luck. You take care of yourself. Leon Kelly. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Leon Kelly III. Citation I have alleges in honor about May 17th. You committed the offenses of loitering, drug-related activity, and knowing possession of a controlled substance. Those are gross misdemeanors, and maximum penalty on conviction for a first offense would be 180 days and or a $1,000 fine. Mr. Kelly, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you in this matter, and he will be on your behalf at this time.
Fifthly, to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty, please. Yep, on it.
Begin, Mr. Kelly.
Go ahead, Mike.
Setting your pretrial for June 20th. Conditions of release, law-abiding behavior, no consumption or possession of controlled substances.
Here.
Mr. Kelly, that concludes the hearing. Again, get a copy of the order at the window, and we'll see you back here in the date of your pretrial. Any questions? Thank you for appearing. Good luck. Joseph Nevada Kilgore does not respond. How about Andrea Nicole Crockness? Next would be David DeAndre Miles Johnson. Good afternoon, sir. Full name David DeAndre Miles Johnson. Yes, sir. Citation alleges in honor about May 10th, 2024. You committed the offenses of assault in the 4th degree, domestic violence, and harassment. Gross misdemeanors, the maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He's going to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Fifthly, to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty, please. I need a phone.
And Mr. Miles Johnson, a condition of release is law-abiding behavior and no contact with Latasha Beckman until the matter is clarified.
He's asking me about a no contact order. I just looked in jobs.
Oh, there's
There
no
is
formal,
contact.
it's a condition of release.
None?
It's
Correct.
only,
Yeah, just no hostile contact.
understood.
Yep. Okay, you're free to go. Yeah, just take a left and get a copy of your paper.
Mr. Miles Johnson, thank you and take care. I very rarely enter the formal That brings us to Melinda Mills in the courtroom. Melinda Mills. Myers we spoke with. How about Chanti Niang? Charles Panis, Panis. Paul Reed, I do not see. Sarah Richards. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is your full name Sarah Ann Richards? Ms. Richards, the citation alleges that on or about May 16th, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked third degree. City may have a motion in your case and does indeed. And if you've been paying any attention, you probably know what that results in. That results in amendment of the charge from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. Difference is civil infraction, no jail time is even possible. If you admit the infraction, I'll assess a $150 fine. If you deny that you committed the infraction, we can set it for a contested hearing. What would you like to do?
Guilty, whatever.
Oh, you don't plead guilty, admit it. Ms. Richards, upon your admission, I will assess a. Yep.
That one.
The fine only, that's all that can be done here. But I'll ask you this, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? I'd make that a project in life, okay?
Yeah.
Sign an order to the effect of the reduction and the fine. Tail end of bronchitis. Ms. Richards, get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left, and good luck to you. If there's any issues, any problems making the fine payments, let us know, okay?
Okay,
Take care of yourself.
you too.
I will.
Oh, is that it? I'm all over. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Keon Lamont Leroy Richmond. Does not answer. Talbot Riddall. I don't see. How about Talia Shefflin? Jason Tipton. Good afternoon, sir. Full name, Jason E. Tipton.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Tipton, the citation contains two matters. One, you were cited with criminal trespass second degree, which is a misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction, 90 days and or $1,000 fine. You're also cited with knowing possession of a controlled substance. That's a gross misdemeanor, but the maximum penalty on that is 180 days and or a $1,000 fine as well. I'm going to appoint Mr. Averco to represent you in this matter. And Mr. Tipton, he'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Mr. Tipton, the plea of not guilty.
21.
Tipton, conditions of release or law-abiding behavior and no possession of controlled substance. I've read too many names in the paper of people that I'm not going to see again for the obvious reason. You take care of yourself. We'll see you back here on the day of your pretrial. Make sure Mr. Avico has your contact information and get a copy of the order at the window.
Okay.
Take care. Trevor Tompkins. Oh, Mr. Tompkins, good afternoon. Full name Trevor Lacey Tompkins.
Yes, Your Honor.
The case has a little age on it. It's alleged that on December 17th of 2019, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. You were appointed Josh Sneva. He's no longer the public defender here. The matter is at the pretrial status. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. Mr. Tompkins,
Stipulate, well, obviously, it was already probably established, so we're going to.
back in 2019.
It's been so long, I sobered up and I moved out of Yelm and went to Yosemite Ministries.
Oh, boy.
So I turned my whole life around.
Well, welcome home.
Huh?
Welcome home.
Yeah.
This is kind of a rude welcome, but
Yeah.
there we are. But hey, it's, you know, best to get these things taken care of and behind you.
Right.
Set the matter for a pretrial. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. Pretrial July 18th.
So I'll get your phone number in that paper.
I'll get your.
Tompkins, I've now signed the order. As long as Mr. Haverco has your contact information.
We're gonna sign this, Pat.
Take care of yourself.
Get you feeling better.
Geraldo White Cruz. Is that your full name, Geraldo Finnis? White Cruz? If I mispronounce your name, I apologize.
That's all right. Thank you.
Your citation is for driving a license suspended or revoked third degree on May 16th. City may have a standard motion in your case.
Yeah, city meets motion.
It's now a civil infraction. If you admit the infraction, it's a $150 fine. If you deny the infraction, we can set it for a contested hearing. Any question about anything I've just said?
No, Your Honor.
What would you like to do?
I would like to amend.
$150 fine, payable at $25 a month. And do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license?
Not quite, but I got a pretty good idea on what action we need to take in order to reinstate it.
Check with the Department of Licensing. They'll be able to tell you for sure.
Okay.
World we live in is pretty hard to function without being able to drive. I'd make that a project. Get your license reinstated. Mr. White Cruz, get a copy of today's order at the window, and if you have any issue at all making the fine payments, let us know. I'd rather have you devote your resources towards reinstatement.
Yes.
Good luck to you. Take care.
Have a nice day.
You as well. Robert Wilson.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Are you Robert Wayne Wilson?
I am, sir.
Citation I have alleges that on or about May 1st, 2024, you committed the offense of violating the terms and conditions of a order restricting contact. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. The public defender is here in the courtroom. I'm appointing him to enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll represent you in this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh.
Relate to probable cause, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. Mr. Wilson, we're going to set the matter for a pretrial conference. Now, Mr. Haverco is going to need contact information with you. I do believe we have that. We'll give that, with your permission, to your attorney.
Also, Your Honor, if I may be heard for a moment.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. If it pleases the court, I'm actually trying to re-enter into a inpatient doctor hospital program to help me with my PTSDs. Earlier this year, I actually entered into an inpatient for alcohol, and I did graduate from that. I did get a certification for that. My current lawyer for Superior Court has that. For this reason, they have pushed all my court dates out until August 19th. If it pleases the court, I ask that the next time we do have a court hearing, if we can put it after the 19th of August to find out the outcome of that court date with Superior Court. And this is what brought the charge up through your court, Your Honor. And if we could see what the outcome of that is, which looks like it's going to go my way, that this charge through your court may be very different. And so I asked the court to allow me to at least go through this program.
Mr. Haverco, I'm inclined to reset the matter to a pretrial on the 29th of August.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Sounds
I'll
good to me.
grant your client's request in that case. Mr. Wilson, we're resetting the matter. We're setting the matter for August 29th. Now we're going to send you a copy of today's order, and we're going to ask that you stay in touch with Mr. Haverco and be available to talk with us on the 29th of August. Okay?
Absolutely, and I am grateful, Your Honor. Thank you so much. If you guys could just email this information to me. I do have Mr. Hervico's number. If he wishes for me to give him a call, just email me and I can give him a call and leave a message or whatever I have to do.
We've given him your contact information, and his contact information will be on the order that we'll be sending you today. Okay?
I very much appreciate it, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Wilson, thank you. That concludes the hearing. I'm signing the order as we speak. You take care of yourself. We'll talk to you again at the end of August.
Thank you, sir. You have a wonderful day.
You as well. Take care.
Thank you.
Mr. Reed, I'm glad you showed it. You're a little late, but better late than never. We do have somebody in the courtroom. I think I called everybody, but we have somebody over here. Oh, okay, okay.
Are you Mr. Reed?
Sir, come on up and identify yourself. Well, flip a coin. Whoever. Your name is? Mr. Jones, I should have recognized you. Full name Kevin, middle initial J. Jones. Mr. Jones, the citation I have alleges that on or about May 13th, 2024, you committed the offenses of criminal trespass, second degree, and being in possession of dangerous knives. Misdemeanors, the maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. based on your situation financially, I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverko to represent you. He'll enter a pleas on your behalf at this time.
Stipulated probable cause, Your Honor, and ask the court to enter not guilty, please. And you don't have a phone. Yeah, right. I know, as I recall. It's okay. I just, right. That's what I recall. Just make a note to myself. Need you to sign on this pad. Working. Sign the form. Right.
I have now signed it as well. Mr. Jones, get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and try and be on time for court. Take care. Paul, come on up and have a seat. I know Paul Edward Reed is your full name. Citation alleges that on or about March 30th, 2024, you committed the offenses of loitering with regard to a drug-related activity, possession of a knowing possession of a controlled substance, and use of paraphernalia. Controlled substance is is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction, 188 days and or $1,000 fine for the first offense. The other two charges are simple misdemeanors. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. Donnie, that's the computer won't let me close. Maybe if I hit the refresh button. Haverko, I'll appoint you to represent Mr. Reed and
Thank you, Judge. Would stipulate to probable cause, would ask the court to enter not guilty pleas on all 3 counts. Sign on this pad. And you have a phone number? Would you write it down, like, just in here? Three, 4, 7, 2, 5, 9. Good. Yeah, so before you go, take a left and see the clerk and she'll print up a copy of your report.
Mr. Reed, good to see you.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the best schedules out.
I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Take care of yourself, and conditional release is leave the drugs alone.
Yes,
You
sir.
know, please leave them alone.
Appreciate
I
it.
want to be able to see you.
Yes, definitely.
You take care of yourself. And I think that's concludes the arraignment of everybody that was here. But there may be people waiting to talk to somebody or another. Yep.
Well, yeah, because he didn't issue an order. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, okay, got it. Okay, yeah, because he usually doesn't. Okay. Yeah, usually he leaves it blank with the, you know. Like, yeah, okay.
Trevor, I looked at the condition of release. No contact. Not at this.
Before we all go, just I want to let the court know, Mr. Kilgore on the 1 o'clock calendar, I guess showed up late. He's number 14. He's here for an arraignment. Mr. Kilgore is here, so we could maybe do that before you go. Okay. So if we could maybe call Mr. Kilgore to this.
One more matter, and that is Joseph Nevada Kilgore.
Right. Come on up.
Did I pronounce that right? Citation alleges in honor about May 11th, 2024, you committed the offense of reckless driving. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You're also cited for no valid operator's license, but without identification. That's a simple misdemeanor. Max is on conviction would be 90 and or 1,000. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf, Mr. Kilgore.
Your Honor, would stipulate probable cause and ask the court to enter not guilty, please. That's good.
Mr. Kilgore, a plea of not guilty preserves your rights. We're setting a pretrial for July 18th at 11 o'clock in the morning. What I want you to do is stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, appear back here as court is directed. Don't drive unless you're licensed and insured, and no criminal law. Perfect.
And before you go, I need a phone number for you. One, two, six. Got it. Okay. It'll be in your paperwork. Yeah, so before you go, take a left.
And that's your court date, July 18th. That's on the paperwork. You're going to get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left.
Are you guys here for court at 1 o'clock or 2:30? What's your name? Okay, so that's another arraignment judge. So you're free to go. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
And why don't you come on up? And your last name was with an N? Yeah, this is
Page
Ms.
14, number 20.
Yeah, this is Ms. 20 and 21.
Is your full name Chanthi, middle initial C, Niang? Don't know how that happened. In any event, the citation I have, alleges that on or about May 8th, 2024, you committed the offenses of driving under the influence of intoxicants, operating a vehicle without ignition interlock, driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree. The first 2 charges are gross misdemeanors. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. DWS 3rd is a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine upon conviction. They also had 2 infractions. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you with regard to the criminal offenses. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights. Ms. Dan, we're going to set it for your case for a pretrial. Mr. Ratfield, the defendant has 2 prior DUIs, one in March of 2009 and one in June of 2022. I'm
really an issue
obligated
today.
to impose ignition interlock.
Your Honor.
Apparently that was already that's one of the charges here. Mr. Yang, there are judges who would have you taken into custody on high bail at this time because of your record. I'm not going to do that. I am going to order that you get ignition interlock. Apparently you've already been under that requirement, and file proof with this court within the next 5 days. By 5 o'clock Tuesday.
You have a phone number?
City requesting any other?
No
additional conditions.
Okay. 59. 3, 7. Maybe you have a warrant.
That it, Your Honor?
calendar, and sir, you've been here waiting for a little while. What's your name? Michael Arneson? Mr. Arneson, we'll take your matter now. Come on up and have a seat at the council table if you would. And you're entitled, your moral support can sit with you if you wish to do so. Mr. Arneson, you were cited for a rear center high-mounted stomp lamp required, but not lit, and you've asked that I mitigate the hearing, or mitigate the infraction. What do you want to tell me about the situation? And your father can speak for you too, if you wish. But go ahead.
Yeah.
You just didn't know that it was out.
I just didn't get no warning, so like.
You figured that he was out of line.
And my other two still work, so I was just kind of confused on why that happened. But I did get it taken care of.
But he did get it fixed.
Yeah.
You're
I
sure
got
of
it
that.
fixed.
I'll take your word for it. You know, I think that's a fair thing to do. I'm gonna dismiss the ticket. I take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. I'm gonna dismiss that ticket. Yeah, that officer doesn't have to give you a fix-it ticket or a warning. But for whatever reason, he didn't do so here, but I think in view of the fact that you've got it fixed and didn't know in the first place, so, which is entirely understandable, I think it's appropriate to dismiss the ticket, and I'll do just that.
All right.
Ticket dismissed.
Thank you.
Hey, drive carefully, and you as well. Mr. Arneson, drive carefully and keep those insurance premiums down. Don't need any. I can sign, if you want an order to that effect, I can certainly sign one and you can, okay, it'll go in as, no, not gonna happen. Are you Miss Barnett by any chance, or Johnny Valera? Miss Valera, come on up and have a seat. You were cited for speeding. And you've asked that I mitigate that hearing, that reduce the amount of the fine there, which is $217. There is one other option. I would, after hearing from you, I'd be willing to cut that down a little bit. But there's one other option you have, and that's a deferral. A deferral is a way of keeping it off your driving record.
Yes.
Every court handles deferrals differently. What I do here is hold the ticket for a period of 4 months. If during those 4 months you attend traffic safety school, that you can do online, that's what, a couple of hours, a couple of 3 hours. File proof of that, and I would assess $100 in costs and not the 217. And then if you pay the $100, file proof of traffic safety school, and stay infraction free for 4 months, this ticket would be dismissed.
Okay.
Is that something you'd be interested in?
Yeah.
That would be, yeah, like you heard me mention, this is really all about insurance.
Yeah.
Public safety, you know, driving a car is probably the most dangerous thing you're ever gonna do in your life, but let's do that. Let's defer it for a period of 4 months. Keep it off your record. Keep those insurance premiums down. They're bad enough already.
Thank you.
But yeah, that's we live in a world where we just get going a little bit too fast.
Yeah.
But do we get anything in writing? Hey. Yeah, the traffic's information, that's something you can do online, and we're adding the how you can get to that.
Okay. Sounds great.
There's several options. And I think that costs $30, $40 or something.
That's better than 200.
Less than insurance premiums. You got it. I'm signing the order, deferring the ticket. I want you to get a copy of that by going to the window outside the courtroom to your left. Look it over carefully and give us a call if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good luck to you. Happy
Appreciate
motoring.
it.
And keep those insurance premiums low.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Thank you, ma'am. That leaves. Still a little early. That might be her indeed. Boy. 776. It's just now 2:30. Are you Chelsea Rochelle Barnett by any chance? And we can call your case now. We had other matters, but they were all here early. Come on up and have a seat. Barnett, you were cited for two things: speeding and NVOL, no valid operator's license with ID. On March 19th, those tickets were issued to you. You've asked for a contested hearing. We can certainly do that. That consists of me reading the officer's report, listening to what you have to say, and then deciding whether or not the city has proved you committed the infractions by a preponderance of the evidence. There's one other option here. You are entitled, you've done a deferral on the non-moving, but you are still able to do a deferral on the moving violation. If that's something you're interested in, we'll certainly talk about that.
Okay.
I will mitigate the no valid operator's license, but if you want to defer the speeding ticket, you can certainly do that. You're entitled to one deferral on a moving and one deferral on a non-moving, every 7 years. So
Okay.
you use it, good idea to not get any more infractions.
Right.
A deferral in this court, it means different things in different courts. What I do is hold the ticket for a period of 4 months. If during the 4 months you attend traffic safety school, that's done online. And then to pay $100 costs, that forgives the $217 amount of the ticket. That ticket will go off your record. Is that,
Okay.
you want to do it that way?
Absolutely, yeah.
The other ticket is $559. I'm pretty sure you'd want me to mitigate that.
Yes,
No valid operator's license with valid ID. Do you have a valid license?
I absolutely do. And I thought I had, I wasn't aware that it wasn't valid. It had expired on my birthday in August and I had gone online and renewed it. I thought I paid, $95 and so I've been driving around just waiting to go in for my new copy. I didn't know that it wasn't suspended.
All right. $559 is way too much. I'm gonna reduce that by more than half to 200,
Okay,
in which you
thank
can pay it 25 a month.
Okay.
The $100 on the deferral has to be, that has to be done within 4 months. So I take
Okay,
care of
yeah.
that first.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and this is really all about insurance premiums. The cleaner the record, and your record isn't all that good.
It isn't, yeah, it's been
Let-
rough few years, but
Time goes by, these things drop off for insurance purposes after a period of time, so.
yeah.
Yeah, better. Driving a car is probably the most, if not the most, dangerous thing you ever do. It's right up there.
It
So
is, yeah,
slow
I
down,
agree.
relax, get there.
Yeah.
Too much carnage out there in the road. But anyway, yeah, defer the speeding ticket. That's the moving violation. That's the one that hurts the insurance. That's a deferral and reducing the 559 to 200. I'm signing an order to that effect. The traffic school information is on the order that I'm signing.
Okay,
You'll be able to get a copy of that outside the courtroom and to your left at the window. Look it over carefully, and if there's any questions you have, anything you don't understand, give us a call.
okay, thank you.
Hey, thank you and take care of yourself.
I appreciate you guys, thank you.
Hey, happy motoring, relax.
Happy motoring, yeah, absolutely.
Happy motoring and safe motoring most.
Motoring.
Have a good one.
Good, you guys.
And with that, we can go off record, I think. Back on record for the 1 o'clock no shows, of which we have a handful, but not as many warrants as I thought we might have on the 1 o'clocks. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the first one we have is Emmanuel Brown. Emmanuel Brown was cited for DWS 3rd degree, amend that to Noval 2nd degree and FTA. The next one I have is Kadisha Estes, same thing, DWS 3rd degree, amend to Noval 2nd degree and FTA. Next is Nita Gardner, cited for theft in the 3rd degree. There's a note in the file, I am without the car and my arrangements to get to court fell through. Asking for a telephone appointment or a reschedule, reset with notice. That is not. The next one I have is Hefs Camacho, docket number 9. That's again DWS 3rd, amended Noval 2nd degree and FTA. And after that, Andrea Coggins. She's the one that we discussed at some length this morning. I do find probable cause, and actually did so when she was taken into custody. I arraigned her back on May 8th. Probable cause for her for use of paraphernalia and drug-related activity. 1,000 cash. Next would be Mr. Hannes. Oh, I forgot. I think based on that, let's reset with the notice. It says it was one of those blood draws, I'm sure it's gonna be dismissed without prejudice, and there's no. So reset with. And next is Charles Panis, that he was in custody. I found probable cause for knowing possession of a controlled substance, 1,000 cash. Next would be Keon Richmond. Again, that's a DUS third. Amend that to no ball 2, an FTA. And Talbot Riddall. You just can't win. Find probable cause for failure to obey. 1,000. Bicycle. I'll go ahead. FTE. Well, shuffling. Again, that is one that I released on May 8th for I may have, I'm looking at this. Did we see, look what I did in the order. I signed it on May 8th to appear on May 9th. Oh, that's right, that's right. Probable cause was previously found. She did not appear today, 1,000. And there's one more. Was not. Let's see if I found probable cause for theft and crime trust 1 when he was arraigned or spoken to in custody on May 20th. And I remember telling him, hey, now that's just 4 days from now. He did sign off on a promise to appear. Warrant for Mr. Bessie, 1,000 cash. For some reason, that goes by. There he is. Oh, we